I had to go and reinstall a Miles Edgeworth ROM. Oh, God. Okay. So, yes, this is Miles Edgeworth Investigations. I still need to fix that. I need to fix that camera. I have to fix that camera. That camera is too far away. Sure I did. Sure I did. Come on. I really wish this was never locked. Because anytime I have to change it, it gets locked. Okay. Now that looks a little bit better. Alright, this game is going to be plays a lot different. And yes, I am going to be using a stylus with a drawing tablet for this game. I don't need to, but it's going to be a lot easier than using a mouse. Trust me. And I will do some voice acting for this as well. However, I have to turn this thing on. Now we're working. Oh, give me some M&Ms. What are they? Oh. March 14th, 1:16 a.m. Make sure the defendant is found guilty. What others job? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. I see that. Anyways, always have been and always will be. Give me a second. First of all, that's bad timing for you to update. I gotta resize my screen a little bit. Yeah, that looks fine over there. That should be good, at least. Pull up a guide. Excuse me. All right. March 14th, 2:05 a.m. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. Yep. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. It looks a little bit low res, doesn't it, guys? So this is the original DS version, which you'll see a lot of improvements when we come to the Switch part. The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Praise. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in my prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. I'm aware. But I don't technically call it a spin-off, even though Capcom does. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be entrusted into a multitude of cases and some very frantic and busy days. So just to speed things up, this is not the first case in this game. Remember that. This is not the first case in this game. March 14th, 2:56 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I've finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay, sir? What? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard there was a murder taking place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He's a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little bit pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine, however. Ah! Look what they did to your office! It's totally trash! I'll say the culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracky mud in my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over there, this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it's my responsibility to solve it. Ho, that's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. Remember the IOC? Every nook and cranny. So, I'll keep any leads or information we find etched into the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that piqued my curiosity, I can see the E. It'll be fine. Why of all places did the murder occur in my office? Crime scene, my office. It is really coincidence that the murder took place in my office. I got the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. That is funny. Well, I can, but I have to fix it. Because I noticed that I have some parts of the screen where I didn't cut off where I should have cut off. And I have to realign this screen, which I can do that here. So that side did get cut off, so this means I am doing this. Here, going this. Edit. There we go. Now it fits. I mean, you can't really say it's just a coincidence, can you? No, not really, especially because of this. The key to your office? The office key. For security reasons, this office's door has a lock built into it. What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Okay. Logic? By finding the connections between the two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So, how do you use it? First, I recall information to the logic button and connect them together. I have a logic button in my head here. Now, to touch the logic button and recall the facts. For security reasons, all prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in here. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some powerful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth matters. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! And this is where I am going to wait for die. Only for the simple fact is I don't want to go any further. So, Phoenix, when you play this, are you going to play with the old sprites or the new sprites? I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be using the new sprites. I know there's some hardcore Ace Attorney fans that's going to use the traditional sprites from the old console. I think when I'm streaming Prosecutor's Gambit, I will be using the new sprites, because I feel like you guys already seen these sprites seeing this game, and this is the only 3DS. This is the only DS game I'm going to stream on this channel. Eventually, when we do redo this series again, we'll do all the Switch ports. Like I said, this is probably going to take me right up until September, which means I will be working with Miles Edgeworth with Prosecutor's Gambit in 2025. I'll be working with the Apollo Justice Collection in 2025. Most likely in 2026, that's when Andy will take over with the Great Ace Attorney. Or if he wants to do it early, he can. Also keep in mind, birthday stream next Tuesday. Not this coming up Tuesday, but the next Tuesday. Yes. Usually it's mostly going to be my brother and me, but since it's on the Switch, if you have the copy of the game, you can play with Andy and me. It doesn't really matter. So, every Ace Attorney game that I change over, I'm going to change the music as well. So, there are 3 Ace Attorney music set up for this stream. BRB was changed, the ending scene was changed. I chose Confess the Truth because that's the music that you don't hear as often. It's usually in serious situations in the game. I have some testimony music that's in, I believe it's testimony music in the BRB. And I also have, what is it? Christ is the Fire? It's the music that I use that doesn't get hit by copyright claims. So I use them. And I gotta use the music that's not going to cause me any issues with YouTube. Well, I understand the copyright claims. Because they're only protecting their copyright. That's why the law was in place. And I'm only using it in fair use because Capcom has a fair use policy on their website that allows me to use the music the way I'm using it. Well, it doesn't really matter if they're abusing it or not. The law says they can. Okay? It doesn't matter if you think they're abusing it or not. The law says they can do it. Okay? Because the way the law is written, you don't have permission to use it without their consent. Okay? And yet, you talk about fair use, nobody's given fair use for anything. Okay? You are not given the fair use for anything that's given to you. If they provide a fair use clause on their website saying that says, you can use this music under these stipulations, use that music in the stipulations that they say. That's where fair use comes in. But you're not guaranteed fair use at all according to the law. So, and Nintendo is the same way. You can't use their music without their say-so at all. They do have a fair use clause on their website for their music. You cannot go and upload the music without gameplay. That's what they are against, because that is their music and you got to use it the way they want you to use it. If you're not using it in gameplay, then you can't use it at all. And that's why I won't use a Nintendo music to open up my streams, BRB, or end it. Because Nintendo can say, you're not using the music correctly. So, I dispute stuff from the Final Fantasy music because Warner Chappelle is not supposed to be claiming them. Those are illegal claims. Square Enix hasn't done anything with them because Square Enix doesn't do any copyright outside the US, which I think they should. My opinion, I think they should. This screen I'm going to resize as well while I'm waiting for Dai. Okay. This is locked. So I need to bring something up. Okay, first of all, I want to resize this so I can actually see the entire emulator. They're not, well, yes and no. Because like I said, Warner Chappelle should not be claiming the music, but they do. and I dispute them, and Warner Chappelle does not counter them at all. Okay. So this should look better now. Get it back in there. There we go. It looks full. I spend the time to make it look good and try to see if I can't fix it within the box space that I have it in. When Andy does it, he rushes it into it. See, I know how to manipulate the setting, so it looks like there's full. Because just like yours, you're gonna have to do it too. They allow you to type in there, change the screen size, make it fit into the window if you have an overlay like this, okay? Mine is cutout overlay, so the background comes on top and everything else comes down beneath it. Well, when you did Professor Layton, I seen borders all over. I seen parts from the next screen come over to here. Because there's also your XYZ coordinates as well, because you can shift them however you like as well. With the cutouts, you can, even if you make it a little bit bigger, you can hide imperfections. Because sometimes it's not, if your cutout's not accurate and you want to make it big enough so it fills up, then you have the option to hide it with cutout border like this. Some people don't use a cutout border, cutout overlay. Cutout overlay they use where they create the overlay and they put everything on top of it, which sometimes it creates imperfections along the border, because sometimes when they're capturing games or using emulators like this, there's imperfections along the side. And just like this, there's a border that goes around this emulator. And you have to be aware of that border when you are trying to fit things inside the windows of the emulator. I feel that it's cleaner this way, using the cutout border. Which one did I give you? Did I give you the one that I normally use for Switch games? Or did I give you the DS border? I gave you one of them. Okay, well, that should, even if you don't have a full screen, you'll have black bars onto them. You can set up a chat. Restream will build a chat for you, which you're gonna have to sync it up to your account. and the chat will show up every time you go live. The windows in the middle, they're technically for face cams. I have a second window in case I do, if I need to use a face cam this way. But we only have one, so I filled the other one up with a logo, okay? Which tells you the name of the game. Which, when we get two face cams and we're using two face cams, I can't use the logo. Because if you remember before, I filled those up with logos. I had the A in the other one. So I haven't changed it. I do have to make some tweaks to them. So I'll have to, because there's one of them where I made the chat so narrow, it's just a sliver going about this wide. I didn't have a choice to make this one small. So I can still read the chat just fine. Chat's not bad at all. The other ones I'm going to have, since I know that there's room into it, I'm going to have to make the chat wider and cut it. I could make this a little wider if I wanted to. Move the two screens over closer to this screen here, to the game screen. But the reason why I took in the concept of a little bit. The 3DS, I pushed everything over and made this screen wider because the top screen is wider, the bottom screen is the same size. I did it this way because there's a lot of people that will make this bottom screen so tiny that you can't see it. And that's why they do like the flip. They'll do the flip. Well, I can't do that. So instead, I initially made this bottom screen use up more and sacrifice my chat and my face cam. Made them smaller because I'm going to still be able to read that no matter what. So that gets priority. That gets bigger. So because you guys will be looking at that screen too, and you'll be looking at that top screen as well. Because most people, they'll make this small. It says, well, most people aren't going to see the bottom screen. Crap too, because there's some games that uses only the bottom screen. And the top screen is hardly ever used except for text boxes or maps, which kind of defeats the purpose. That's where some people would flip it. And they put the top screen over there and they put the touch screen over there. I don't need to do that. There should be, Zelda, yeah, Zelda does that. Zelda has you using the bottom screen and the top screen is the map, pretty much. Which, if we do Zelda, because we have two Zelda games for DS, we're going to have to flip the screens. Right. Yeah, but I think Andy got those games on the Wii U, so he can stream them. You didn't? How come? I thought you were going to get them. Oh, I thought you got them. Well, that was long. I mentioned that long ago while I was still working at Dollar General. I think it's probably best that you can, I think it's probably best that you just wait until when the Switch, the second Switch comes out, that if they put DS games onto it, that gets up. I think I will wait. I think I would wait until they redo those games, because now that Brotherhood is out, that leaves it open for all the Mario and Luigi games to be redone for the new Switch. Well, if they're going to redo all the Mario and Luigi games, we don't even have to include the remake. Because Superstar Saga, if they redid Superstar Saga, they're basically redoing the remake as well. Because that was redone for the 3DS. The only one they haven't redone is, I believe, is Partners in Time. I think that one they have not redone. How do you know it won't ever get redone? Because the people who did Partnership are the same people who did all the other games. Or Brothership, that's what it's called. Yeah, they're doing Brothership, yeah. So there's still hope that they can still redo those games. Actually looks pretty good. Just the way I had it in the Okay. I do have Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I have, there is Partners in Time. There is Bowser's Inside Story. There is one we're missing though. Paper Jam, I think it's called. You didn't get the remake for Superstar Saga or Bowser's Inside Story. You already scheduled that stream? Okay. Don't do it at the last minute. Welcome back, Di. I did a little readjusting on the screens. Does the screens look better now? Does the YouTube play button look better now? All right, we're gonna do some investigation differently in this one. You ready? With investigating, the basic of any good investigation is examine everything, sir. I know that. And when I want to examine something, I simply touch the examine button. Oh, if you ever feel lost and want to talk, just touch the partner button, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. So, this is what they do. You called, sir? Is there anything you noticed that you'd like to share, Detective Gumshoe? Just that I rushed over here as soon as I heard there was a murder in your office, sir. The investigation's just gotta start. Gotta start. So I guess there's not much else to say. So were you the one that found the body, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately, upon my return, I found my office door to be unlocked. And what awaited me inside was this whole messy affair. Ouch, that's rough. Even though I left the security of this room to a certain detective. Sorry, sir. I assume you understand how to conduct investigations, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, sir. Examine things by tapping them or by touching the examine button. By checking various things out, we gather evidence and information. You can see the evidence we've collected by touching the organizer button. For information and leads, it's the logic button. That's it. Great job, sir. Deductive reasoning is the way to go. It's called deductive reasoning, Detective. Clearly something you lack. Okay, so basically, this is how I walk. So I hope we can solve this case quickly. I'd like to return to relaxing on the sofa. That thing looks a billion times tougher than my mattress at home. Can I sit on it too? Just for a little while, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you know I can't allow that. Until this case is solved, neither of us have time to spare, let alone rest. You're right, sir. I'm gonna work hard and be a real trooper to the end. even once this case is over, I don't think he can afford to take any time off. So, where do you want me to investigate, Di? Is there anything of interest that you want me to investigate? This is going to be eliminated in the switch port. You can tell me where you can see everything in this room. What do you want me to look at? We have a gun here. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of these before. Care to enlighten me as to where? Oh, I know. I was issued the exact same model. Thanks. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot, sir. I don't use mine much except in emergencies, so that's why I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the one used by the precinct detective. Revolver, found at the crime scene. It's the same model as those used by precinct detectives. Okay, where else are we going? I can also talk to the investigator if you want me to. Talk to the investigator. Do you have anything to report? Sir, yes sir. Nothing out of the ordinary right now, sir. And yet, there's something out of the ordinary right in front of my eyes. Just talk about a contradiction. Something out of the ordinary, huh? I should look around a bit more. They finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Okay, so now we're getting a close look up. You can actually pick on which one you want to pick. Hey there, Ruby. We're gonna pick this one. What do we have here? Hey, I think I've seen one of these before. It's a police badge, detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing actually. What a coinkadink. Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Face. It would appear that our victim was a detective, just like you. Victim was a detective according to his badge and ID. Buddy Faith was a precinct detective. Seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Okay, Die. We're going to let you figure this out. You didn't see the tutorial, but basically what you're going to do is going to pick two things that you think that's going to be relative to each other, and then see if they connect. For purposes, I will let you know. I can initially click onto them so you can actually read them all. Okay, you want to see this one? You don't have to leave, Phoenix. Just because Ruby's in the stream, you don't have to leave. You want to read the one for the revolver now? There are two of them that you can only connect. Which one works for you? The revolver and the detective? Oh, my foot. We're going to connect these together, right? The revolver, the standard model used by detectives, could it belong to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Yes, sir. On it now, sir. Excuse me, sir. Let's see. What have we got here? Miss Edgeworth, sir. This guy's wearing a gun hoister. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Victim's revolver data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course. This is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. So, Guy, if you want to be familiar with this is the prosecutor's badge. It looks different from the defense attorney's badge, right? And of course we got the revolvers. This is our victims. Or not victims, profiles. So there's your profiles. The arrangements are a little bit different from the switch port. Of course, this is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but to touch the organizer button. But the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand and in it too. But it's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts off. Let's see what else we can find out about the revolver. As I always say, you've got to look really carefully at each of these pieces of evidence. You can use the scroll wheel to rotate an object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Use the slide bar with the X or Y arrows to zoom in and out to get at the nitty-gritty. Okay. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Oh, so the killer killed the victim with just one shot after wresting the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no proof for now, but this is a distinct possibility. Okay. Let's give the body a 1 silver. There's blood all over the lower abdomen area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through his stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and until the autopsy is done, I don't think we'll know much more than that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Crime scene note jotted down in my organizer. Crime scene note. Okay. Alright. Your files are all over the floor, sir. Probably fell during the struggle between the victim and the killer. Signed the struggle. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. Oh, and I tried so hard to keep this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the times and an effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I water the flowers every day, just like you request, sir. Just added cleaning to the list as a weekend special. About half a day every Saturday, I come in and clean this place until it sparkles. Do you have a life? This is about all we're going to find out. We should send the body to Jim! Oh, why? How could this have happened to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, but I can't do that. Investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk to him like he's just some lump of flesh. Look at him. Jim looks like he's just turned in for the night. Sir, just in a bloodstained suit, pal? Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes, I am. I am Jock Sportsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I'm also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe here. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office? Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim! Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. High prosecutor offices' doors all have locks built into them. And only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could get in here was me. Wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. Think about it, what you just said, Gumshoe. Guy? What did Gumshoe just do? So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal! You got it all wrong! Everyone, calm down! Mr. Portsman, correct? If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're something of a legend, you know. Anyways, let's call it truth and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then. It's your room after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there? Yes, sir. I want you to capture this scene on the film for me. My final farewell to my partner, Jim. I should probably give them some space. You cold, sir? I seem to have picked up a few good leads. Oh, so now you're going to do that thing you do with all the information, right? What are you babbling about? The very thing you were talking about just a minute ago, sir. Logic? You said that you can look at all of your leads and info by touching the logic button. Then you pick the pieces and you want to connect by touching them with hitting connect. That's your way of investigating, right, sir? Yeah, which is why this exercise in explaining my own method to me was unnecessary. Die, where's your logic button? I think my logic button's right here. Currently not working at the moment because I'm not thinking of anything. Okay then, how about I explain my logic to you next? Then, that is even more unnecessary. Okay. I want to... Ouch! They even knocked over your chess set! I had it all set up ready for when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I'd give chess a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. So I don't expect the game to tax my mental acuity much. Oh, your jacket, sir! What's it doing on the floor? Must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. Not worth getting worked up over, Detective. Not when there's something more here. Huh? What's that? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, Detective. There is a giant contradiction right here in front of us. You already know the contradiction, right, Di? Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. But I have my own methods and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts a piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. Okay. So, give me a point of interest, Di. This is it. This bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should touch the deduce button with conviction. And when I have proof, significant proof, when I have found significant proof to prove that the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. Alright, so what is contradicting this hole? This bullet hole is the contradiction. That was easy, wasn't it, Di? Got a lot more than just the main series, doesn't it? What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. and the second failed this frame. Hey, that's right. However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these two bullets were fired from a different gun. Did the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? By the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes? What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Oh, that. It's a secret safe. It's a secret safe? Oh, I smell money. Yes, it is. I'll spare us the trouble and just say it. Nothing like that you'd imagine is inside. Now, if you could kindly move the frame out of the way. Roger that. Achoo! Achoo! Talk about Dusty. Suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here, or I'd keep it clean for you, sir. So when did you put this thing in? It wasn't something I had installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it. Talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. Secret safe data jotted down in my organizer. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Dia's gonna be saying this in her sleep. I never knew there was a safe hidden back here. Oh, if detectives knew about them, then they wouldn't be secret now, would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them. There's no, like, hidden camera around, right? And what if there was? No, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. That would actually be beneficial if there was, because they would catch the murderer on camera, because I'm pretty sure the camera would have night vision. Do I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away? Now this is odd. You found something, sir? This keypad. Don't you find it to be a bit too clean? Yeah. There's a thick layer of dust all around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find, let alone lift, a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. Wiped fingerprints. All of the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. Secret safe data updated in my organizer. As I thought. It appears that logic is the only way around this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with the information we have. Okay. All right. This is not the same as Cyclops, is it, Di? one is really making you think. Struggle. Isn't that a move that the Pokemons use when they use up all their PP power? Okay. So I'm assuming you want to look at them all. So this is usually the first one that comes up every time. So you're going to have a lot of time to read this. So we look at this. So you think to yourself, says, So you look at this. Is there another handgun? Maybe. Then there was signs of struggle. But there's only 2 of them out of this that you can connect. Very certain of it. Signs of struggle. What are we connecting it to? Okay, let's read what another gun says. Other than the victim's gun that I could find, could there be another gun in play here? So, signs of struggle. My files are a mess, pointing to a struggle between the victim and the killer. So, the signs of struggle is over there on the shelf, where all the files are at. Another handgun referring to the picture frame. So, most likely these aren't going to connect, because they're in 2 separate locations of the room. Okay. So, if you can imagine it, if you click them, you're going to see like a little bit of that green bar go poof. You think white fingerprint and handgun. Let's see. All the fingerprints on this have been wiped clean off. So you got a handgun. So, well, the fingerprints on here are referring to the keypad, okay? But we assume that we don't know the weapon of this. And since there's no bullet in the keypad, we can't really connect these 2 either. You think? Alright, so the keypad is behind the portrait, okay? And when we go to the signs of struggle, we're going back to the shelf again. So there's 2 separate locations of the room. So we're process of elimination. And that's how you figure out logic. Okay? That's how you figure out the logic in this game. I believe I figured out what the murderer was after. Oh, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motives for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind the break-in was theft changes what the other pieces of information can tell me about the crime. Alright, now that we're back here, now we can piece another. So the new thing, motive. The culprit tried to open my safe. Was the killer's motive theft? So now we can piece this with something else. And you were using logic to figure that out, weren't you? There is a possibility that the files laid on the floor are not the results of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh? You mean like it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? I'm kind of guessing that wasn't what you were thinking. Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir. I'm going to shelve files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones always die young? That's a lyric from a song. Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament, the dead will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And so what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it. Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite being Mr. Edgeworth's office. When you say wrong people, I'm assuming that you're referring to mostly criminals. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal. Okay, done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. Now, the book things on the shelf are still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the print on the shelf. And then the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor kind of grosses me out. Detective, I don't have time to deal with your weak stomach right now. How did you become a detective anyway? I don't know, sir. I think I should talk to the doctor about my stomach. But, you know, I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. Alright, what's wrong with this picture? Handprints? What's wrong with the handprint? So you gotta think about where he was positioned, okay? So, most likely, when he was shot in the stomach, he put both his hands on the stomach and he leaned back into the shelf, okay? So he's pretty much dying. Blood was falling everywhere. And then when his grip failed on the shelf, he fell on the floor, which you see the handprints on the floor. And then when he eventually died, he keeled over. So that explains the handprints, doesn't it? Okay, now let's look at something else that's wrong. Which book? These ones? So we have this one right here we can take a look at. And is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? So which one of these do you think is gun? Well, fortunately, this time the gun isn't going to be much help to us. But, however, this will. Because what's contradicting this is see where these handprints are, okay? You see these handprints? He was up here. And the bullet hole's up here. So the bullet should technically be right here. Okay? The bullet should technically be right here. So if we think about the way the books are arranged right here, the books were not arranged like this at all. So we think about that. There is clearly contradiction here with this bullet hole note. Hole. Well, what do you mean, sir? You don't see? Quite simple, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting on or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot. You're so smart! Is that what you're thinking too? Which suggests that he was standing while he was shot. Then that means... Wait, what does that mean, sir? Gumshoe needs to start thinking. He needs to use a bit of logic. It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. Didn't I just say that? In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. I asked that question already. And it was from the mistake that our current contradiction was born. What is the faulty assumption that caused this problem with the bullet hole's position? And I think I gave this one away earlier. What do you think, Di? What's the answer to this one? No, the handprints are fine. The handprints are fine. That's not a flaw. Because, like he just said, he had to have been standing up. So if the bullet hole is down here, and he was standing up before he got shot, he leaned into the shelf because he had to have grabbed his stomach while he was shot, which leaned him back. No, that's the after effect. Because, of course, he's gonna slip. His body's gonna get weak. He's gonna hit the floor. When the heart stops, he's gonna keel over. So the position of the body is fine. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You didn't put them in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels on the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see here how the files that were shot begin with the letter O? What are those doing all the way down there after 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in my mind's eye. But the numbers are out of order. Those white binders are special, so they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. Aha! So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you just did, Detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to prop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. Okay, so if you have a weak stomach, Di, this is going to be a little disturbing. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. Now we have another problem. So, I said the bullet hole should be here. The bullet hole is right here. The killer went through my files first before shooting Mr. Chase, and then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. But why would someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time? Puzzling indeed. The files were thrown into disarray twice, once before and once after the crime. Why? Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look. So, anything else that seems odd to you after moving the body? What's on the bottom right? This? What is that? Why does it say gumshoe on there in blood? I say it's some incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminals' activity indeed. No, wait, there's got to be some mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me. Say something, sir. It appears that one of my files was stolen. That's all he had to say about that one. Is that all, sir? What about me and my suspicious situation? That's the point Edgeworth made in the last game. Is this what the killer was really after? Stolen file data jotted down in my organizer. Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you, it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words, they're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then let at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it. I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude. And there must be some sort of flaw to his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you going to do? We're always doing court. I'm going to cross-examine him. So, Di, this is actually what you like doing. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Ooh. How do you do that? Can you explain it to me, sir? Might as well. Alright, first I listen to the witness's testimony. If I find a flaw in the testimony, something that contradicts the evidence, I open the organizer and present the piece of contradictory evidence. To present something, I simply touch the present button. That's old news. But it's not like there's going to be a flaw in their testimony every time, right? Correct. And at these times, I need to press the witness by pressing the press button. Sometimes by pressing, I can draw out new information and new and modified testimony. I think I get it, sir. I'll be sure to try the technique out during investigations, too. Very well. I'll even show you how it's done. Now watch carefully. Mr. Portsman's logic. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Further, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed theft instead. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. And it will be his final word that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to his killer? I can hear Jim's voice, and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find the flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. Just like a cross-examination in a courtroom, right, Di? You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim, when clearly his name is Buddy Face? Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jack and Jim. Don't those two names go together like peanut butter and jam? But Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jack and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he used the third of a bunch of guys. I decided to nickname him Jim. He talks about the victim like he was his pet. Ooh. Slow down on the emulator. That's not supposed to happen. Do you really think it was necessary to shovel my shelves twice to do that? That's true. Okay, then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you accusing me of stealing something from Mr. Edgeworth? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. All of you know that I eat three square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all three of them happen to be instant noodles, but poor thing. What an evil prosecutor, and you were paired up with. What a motive, no? And why would Detective Gumshoe do such a thing? Because the body was getting in his way. He had to mess up the bookshelf somehow, right? Anyway. Why do you think that the killer didn't notice the bloody letters? The body was covering it quite well, wouldn't you say? That's how he missed it. But judging by what I've seen, it doesn't take much for your detective to miss something. Who do you think you are? You know nothing about me, pal! There's a lot of person who can understand about another from first impression alone. Can't say I disagree with him on that point. But why don't you say something, sir? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Despite his lack of attention to detail, I don't believe the detective to be the culprit. Nobody could have overlooked the bloody letters, and I can prove it with evidence. I couldn't ask for a better setup for the game finishing spite. Are you saying that those letters were intended for you? Yep, Jim was an outstanding detective. I would expect no less from my former partner. It looks like Mr. Corson still doesn't understand. He has yet to figure out the true meaning behind the bloody letters. What are you sputtering over there? Can't you just admit my logic is perfectly sound? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in his logic. A gap so wide that even the good detective can spot it. Now to clue Mr. Portsman in by pressing him with some evidence. You know which one to pick? Okay, so the last statement. And it will be his final words that you will be brought to justice. So, we don't have any evidence to actually prove this one. So we need something else to contradict it. But thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letters his body was hiding. This looks like a good one to use. You're absolutely right. And this is what this game teaches. This one should be pretty easy.
Objection!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Ha! Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me? Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. Ooh, what are you talking about? Oh, you're joking. I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have the time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing. The file on the shelves are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file after murdering your partner, I highly doubt that they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spine. It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters in the detective's name, where the file should be, is true. Yeah, I mean, the S is gone, and there's only half an H. Detective Gumshoe really is the culprit of this case. I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the file. Hello, gameplay boy. Especially as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Ugh. It's me. What does it mean this going missing? What does it make this going missing? It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with the crime scene. That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir! Why didn't I think of that? I'm gonna get them, sir, you see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well, Mr. Portsman? Brilliant, absolutely splendid! Logic deserving of Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Why is everyone so cheery even though I feel more dead than alive? Ah, but you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me! But Mr. Edgeworth just proved that I'm innocent, pal. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know that there is one other person with the key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there. Yes, sir? What is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort the lovely young lady here for me? A lady? This girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as material witness. Die! You're gonna know who this person is. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pal. Don't! What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I believe she needs no introduction. I have called up Miss Maggie Bird as a member of security. Detective Gumshoe, sir? Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you are not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Maggie Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room! That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie is the culprit, pal. It was me. That's right, I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't me, really me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. But yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. That girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. Reason for suspicion. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into your room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all that more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Master key data jotted down in my organizer. Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed about the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there were anyone else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. It seems that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is to press him. Are you sure Miss Bird is the only member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on the staff at the time of night, and tonight, he's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean, unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say, pal. But you can't really trust her now not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't I just say it'd be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered that the master key was missing at around 1 a.m., sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it wasn't anywhere in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this be an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir! Objection! If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir. Ha! A likely story. And where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where you put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me. You don't want to test just how bad her luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem your piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. But you still haven't established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. Her motive? Didn't we already establish that it was theft? I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried the safe. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counteract with a single fact of my own. Well, we got a problem with this. If we're going to accuse Maggie and we're going to accuse Gumshoe, neither one of them knows about the safe. So, somebody knows about the safe. So, a clue? It's got to be a prosecutor. Because Edgeworth just said a prosecutor is the only one that knows anything about the safe. I didn't? Well, I'm neither prosecutor or defense attorney, so I don't know how I'd be the culprit.
Hold it!
I concur that the culprit's motives appeared to have been thievery. However, glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little o' me. However, with regards to the investigation of the bookshelves in the safe, hey, good thinking, asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence? I thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly. It was just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. A hypothesis among the many possibilities. Can't read today. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first? Now, don't make that face. See? There goes the truth. Running the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it. I don't think you're catching my drift. Oh, but we are in agreement that the detective isn't the killer, right? If so, then I hope you understand when I say that since she is the only one who could have opened your office door, don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions? Are you saying there's another way to open the door other than use the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else. I'll have you know that I have never made a spare, so what are you insinuating? Nothing. Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. Is there anyone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among us prosecutors. Really? I never knew I was so talked about, sir. We're holding our collective breath, you know. For when you screw up so badly, you literally chase off the force. Well, it's kind of happened 3 times, but they keep hiring him back. So, you're not going to be able to get rid of him. Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, of course not. That's hogwash. Phew, don't scare me like that. I almost had a heart attack there. By dying message, you mean the bloody writing or bloody letters that spelled out Gumshoe? I figured that whoever wrote his name must have wanted to frame him. And just the act of choosing his name is proof enough that the two knew each other well. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence. I would love to. But first, we should listen a bit more and digest what he has to say. And press him for more information. Alright, Di. Which statement? This is the new message. And evidence? Pick an evidence. I'm gonna say safe.
Objection!
Do you wish to continue insinuating that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? You remember what I said earlier, didn't you? Why not? It's the truth after all. It was also by your logic that we came to the whole thievery conclusion anyways. That may be true, but you must also be aware of the fact that this safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. Ah! I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan. But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down. I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the shelf were targeted. Yeah, even I didn't know about the safe, pal. And that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either. Then, are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now? Curses! Why? Why made you? What's with the anger face all of a sudden? It's all my fault! What do you mean? It's Jim. He knew about the existence of the secret safes. What did you just say? We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I filled him in on the secret safes. Doesn't that mean... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him too. Obviously, it was wrong of me to tell him. I still can't quite believe it. But the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim. Now he's claiming that the victim was a thief. And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird? Excuse me? I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far even in your risky position. What the? You're still accusing Maggie of the murder? Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim who had probably drawn his gun. I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that, not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office, which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who stole the master key. Ah! Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless you retrieve it from Jim after you killed him. Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief? I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything else to make sense. I see no honor. Now then, I think we're done here. Investigation awaits for no man. Would you people be so kind as to see yourselves out? You can't kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office. Ah, but I'm the one who's being assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees and therefore ineligible to run this show. Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit. Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself. But sir, we have no choice but to accommodate his request, for now. Haha, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful. Mark my words, Mr. Portsman, we will meet again. If that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Who do you think did it? Now, don't disappoint me. You hear? Okay, before we go any further, we're going to calculate ourselves for the first part. You think who did it? Because we kind of technically know who did it. If you saw the opening of the episode. So, Di, what do you think of this game? Is it a bit more overwhelming than the other one? Well, you're the prosecutor, so I suppose that makes sense. You can say that this game is largely different from the other three we did, right? I kind of want to see them implement this in with the main series and still have the courtroom setting, because I do like interacting with the crime scene. Do you like interacting with the crime scene? And Plus, we can actually get to see their facial expressions, although we are going to see the models improved in the new release, which means they're adding more facial expressions to the characters. So now that all of them are going to be on the Switch, you can play them all. Sad that I won't get to play the remake live when it comes out, but I can play the second one. So we're gonna do this one a little quick. The first episode only has 2 parts, and these ones are gonna be a little bit longer than the trilogy. March 14th, 4:18 p.m. Prosecutor's Building, 2nd floor hallway. What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Also, as you already know, this touchscreen, you haven't seen it in the other one, have you? So you can say that the other one had a similar touchscreen as well. And while it just looks like this here, there's a lot of animation that goes on with this touchscreen, which completely is cut out from the Switch remake. Which this is the trilogy that was all added for the DS, because the original Game Boy version didn't have it. The Game Boy Advance version, I should say. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocent. You'll see, sir. But we've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. It's true. So then, what now? Looks like my life's falling into another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other pieces and things we should be looking into anyway. Really, sir? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is the perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. Prosecutor's Building, 12th floor hallway. Yes, sir? Detective Gumshoe, you look rather intrigued by something. Here to share? Oh, it's nothing, but I noticed that Mr. Portsman calls his partner Jim. And the detective in the Sunday night drama, All My Cops, is named Jim too. I bet one of them is a big fan of the show. You seem to know a little something about it yourself. I take it you watch it too? Of course. The tight bond of the friendship between prosecutor and detective is great, sir. But it's nothing compared to the super strong friendship we have. Ho ho ho. Friendship, detective? I think you're mistaking it with pity. How can you say that, sir? And after all we've been through to. Guy is gonna probably give Gumshoe a hug after that. About Miss Bird. No way she's the killer. Please don't tell me you buy into the accusation, sir. Rest assured, I think she's innocent. However, I need to ask her a few things regarding her security guard position. Well, if you're only asking, that's okay. Just stand right next to her and touch the talk button. Then, you two can talk about whatever topic you pick. When you want to ask her about evidence, all you have to do is present it. After you choose what to show her touch present. Again, and off you two go. I recommend showing different people different things. You'd be surprised by what they say. Why did they put this in there? Because that's what I was doing in the trilogy. That's literally what I was doing in the trilogy, and just to get different responses. And they literally are suggesting that. Thank you for the explanation, though I don't recall asking for one. Oh, just so you know, sir, you can show me evidence in the same way, too. I do believe it's time to get down to business and ask some questions of Miss Bird. Ignored again. Gumshoe needs a hug, die. I was wondering if I may speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this time, this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. The first time she's actually came side to side with Miles Edgeworth himself. Can't believe this chance passed me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. Should jot her memory by showing my notes to her through the press button. Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple of times before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun, just once. I'd have loved to play with them. Sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Faith ever did was pass him the ball, sir. I second thought, I think I'd have fit in all of that well with them. Miss Maggie Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still on the police force. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. Or so I thought until a few hours ago, right before I was about to clock out for the night. You got caught up into the whirlwind of a case, correct? Don't worry, my whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I'm still having a hard time how she remembers something at 6 months old. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every task I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I've even managed to be named a criminal 3 times no less. Just when I became a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know, and just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wind up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You didn't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is for your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. So, when did you discover the master key was missing? By the time I realized it, I think it was around 1 a.m., sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 a.m. It was just sitting there on the bed where the security room's reception window is. But I'm sure that between those two times, it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored into such an insecure place? Ah, it's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Anyway, you say, except for this time, correct? Well, I admit that was a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I had left it sitting out on the bed. So, do you use the master key? What did you mean by you used the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for the prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it's my job as a security guard, right? Ah. What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. We got a lead. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to the security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key to him? No way! It's against regulation to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portsman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close up his office as he was leaving to go home. That was around 1:30 a.m., I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say that you've never left your keys at home, Detective. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Mr. Portsman's door. Okay. So, I think we have some things that we can do for, logic. So, again, there's only two that we can actually do. You're using a little bit of your logic, aren't you, Di? Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. What? No, wait, pal. I mean, sir. You said that you locked up Mr. Portsman's office at around 1:30 a.m., correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow! Nothing is by you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgot all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that very time that I realized the master key was missing. And, well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door then. Well, I thought that maybe I could go lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Mr. Portsman's office data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. What is the basketball doing here? It's Mr. Portsman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. Not a single one of these sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I don't think I have anything for this door yet. What is a basketball hoop doing here? Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago? Then when and why was it moved indoors? I don't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it up there recently. Dragged it? I heard that it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it in himself. All the way up to the 12th floor? Is everything alright? Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning, and I'm finally at 154 pounds. Congratulations. I was asking about this hallway in this room. Oh, everything's okay, sir. Word of advice, stay focused on focus, or you may start to lose even more weight. It looks like you're in quite the pinch, Mr. Edgeworth. To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste. Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands. If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Guy, who is this prosecutor? Do you remember who he is? Who is he? That's Winston Payne. Alright, let's take a look at this door now. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking nooking cranny. Okay. Over 2. Those 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaims this is my office. Whoops! Hey, these number plates played right out, sir. They have to be able to take the plates off when a room becomes vacant, you know? Although, the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of... and minimalist, yet classy door made of top quality wood. It sturdily was made, making it near impossible to break in by force. It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as steadily as this door. Only Gumshoe would praise the door as something greater than himself. Being a detective has its own rewards and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a cognate trait that anyone can admire. Let's see. So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone? Right. That long pause wasn't exactly reassuring, sir. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Room 1203. I take it this is Mr. Portsman's office. Yeah, you can't mistake it because of the basketball hoop, sir. That reminds me. Mr. Portsman had accidentally wanted room 1202 really bad. But since you were already occupying Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door. So why was Mr. Portsman so particular about getting room 1202? I'm not sure, but I think he said it because of something like his birthday is December 2nd. Yep, that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why. I can think of at least 3. Bah! Why am I even wasting time thinking about this? Door is locked tight. I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty ineffective if the average cat burglar could get through them. Huh. So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is. Why do I advise you to return to the conclusion that whatever pawn shop you bought it from? I like that phrase. Might I remind you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from? Okay. Is this a spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Alright, so I gave you the doorknob. So now you're picking a piece of evidence. Well, the key is not going to help us in this one. But remember, the door is locked. Okay? So what do we know about Portsman's door? From based on what Maggie told us, what do we know about his door? Apparently the door was unlocked. But now it's locked. So that's the contradiction. So we know that it was not locked, but for some reason it is locked now. Eureka! There's a contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Oh, you know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I am certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed himself that it wasn't. I hadn't. Which means what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. So when I examined the Miles Edgeworth door the first time, what did we learn? Other than it was unlocked, there was something else that we learned. So, you know the doors with the number plates onto them, right? They can be easily slid out. So, what do you think Mr. Portsman did? Yes, he flipped the doors. So, his whole goal was to go into Miles Edgeworth's office anyways. So he flipped the two number plates to have Maggie Bird open up Miles Edgeworth's door, and that's why we have the crime scene that we do. He opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is we need to examine these. I helped you out on this one, didn't I, Di? The prints on the number plate, they will tell us all that we need to know. Everything? Really? Like what, sir? Like, well, for example, as such as, well, we know for sure that the detective's dinner will only consist of instant noodles. That was wrong. Woo! That was amazing, sir. How did you know? Is that supposed to be a joke to cheer me up, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, yes, that's it. Now then, we should get back to doing what we were doing. And that is, we need to examine these. Okay, so... the next answer, if the plates were wrong, this. The prints on the doorknob would tell us everything. Hey, you. Yeah, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what did you find out? Hello, Bowser Jr. Welcome. Ruby is giving us bacon. There's no need for such belligerent nostril flaring, Detective. Sir, I have found only Mr. Portsman's and Mr. Faith's prints on this doorknob. So only 2 people's prints were found on this, huh? That's pretty decisive. Huh? I'm lost, sir. Think logically. Di has her locked up in a cooler. After all, we are coming in the summer. So it's only logical that she would put Sterno in the freezer. Thinking logically, a certain other person's print should be on this doorknob as well. Now then, whose print should also be on the doorknob? Whose print should be on the doorknob, Di? The calendar may say summer onto it, but there are some places that are still feeling like spring. Like where I'm at, for instance. Because it's clearly 54 degrees.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked the door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. Mr. Portsman's office data updated in my organizer. What have we here? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Di, are you going to be able to remember that line? You probably will. This? Looks like a scrap of paper. Look at it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. It looks like a note from the victim. Brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like you talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up to you later, buddy. Yeah, and it's for Mr. Portsman. No left by victim data jotted down in my organizer. This is where I usually control camera control. Ah, got it. What's this? What are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey, how about a game? It's okay, Detective. I just found the position of the spook to be a little off. Hey, you're right, sir. I guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. The position of the spook is definitely unnatural. I better take a note of that. Basketball hoop data got it down in my organizer. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. I don't see any signs of forced entry. According to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir. Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob? Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle, white good. Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Examine the sofa? I did not examine the sofa? Okay, we examine the sofa. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Okay, that's what we're missing. Huh? It's... Oh, isn't that the missing O-series file, sir? No doubt about it, the bloody letters mark as clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So what were these old files about, sir? Guess they got something worth stealing in them, huh? Not particularly. It's just a collection of important case files. However, the case within these files are not mine. Huh? They belong to the high prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. So that means the thief must have also wanted the files for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to the case from 10 years ago are missing. Why anyone would care such an old case. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? So, sir. In a variety of different ways. I think it's time that we had a little chat. With the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it. That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me too. I suspect it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on the truth door. March 14th, 5:12 a.m., High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Portsman, I believe I finished processing the body's letter, sir. Alright, let me take a gander at it. Pass it here. Okay, looking good. You there. You there. Take good care of this. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. End of the line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Fall off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of a joke? No joke. We know, Mr. Jock Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I'd be mad too. So I guess you can stay, if you promise to stay out of our way. You intend to hide your crime under the gist of a prosecutor doing his job? I can see right through that unsightly, paper-thin mask you wear upon your cowl. Who'd have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Kammer, right? The legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years, but actually lost against Wright. But there was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? Are you done trying to play mind games with me? Because it won't work. The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for now is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves? Even though you have yet to prove anything. Mr. Portsman's rebuttal. I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, how may I ask? Do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we're not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusation on something. I'll show you what I'm basing my accusation on. With evidence. My accusation is a harebrained idea, is it? You tell me. I say it is, after all. Oh, and what, pray tell, kind of evidence are we talking about here? Jim was my partner, so you can't say I had a motive for killing him. And that's it? That's not even an anthill, let alone a mountain. But it's more than enough, wouldn't you agree? Might I recommend that you review what the word evidence means? It doesn't change the fact that the evidence doesn't point to me as the killer. Unfortunately, I believe I have already shown how earlier. Your speculations mean nothing, as I still insist that I could not gain access to your room. What should I do now? Should I raise an objection? You claim to have no way to open my door? However, is that really the honest truth? Haha, alright, I'll humor you. Go ahead, shoot. Very well then, I propose that you use this to open my door. Say key. Yeah, we're gonna get hit. Nope. I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key, no less. Yes? They haven't. We could have done it either way. Objection! Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key. As you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right. You used your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key. You had asked Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. Happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at the time was not your own, was it? What? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Corson's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See? Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet, what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? Ha! And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the nameplates on our doors, for example. That's right! They do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then use one other thing to give a very strong impression. That the door he was opening was yours and not in fact mine. What was it that Mr. Portsman used to make Miss Bird think that it was her room, his room? Welcome back, Ruby. No, that note was from Buddy sent to Portsmouth. So that has no involvement with Maggie. Well, we already discussed the door. So the doors, the only thing that we had changed on the door was the number plate. So there's something else besides the door that helped Maggie Bird assume that it was Portsman's door. Matter of fact, you should be able to see it in this picture. What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in a hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusual strong impression on you. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a particular prosecutor. Ah! That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portsman's. There are signs that the hoop have been moved. To sit it in front of my office to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicious on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Conjectures rebuttal. Now, you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You didn't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure as innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty, I'll have you know. I just washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. Using the master key, of course. Sure, you have a problem with that? That is what the master key is for, right? Perhaps we should place it in an elaborate labyrinth for some sort of people like you. And what were you doing in your office? I was doing my usual training regiment. Training regiment? Are you going through your law books from start to finish? Mainly batting practice and some weights. Oh, and I jog when I get the chance. Well, you must be the buffest prosecutor we have. With the weakest legal muscles, it would seem. I was doing my usual workout, so... I think I've given you quite a few reasons already.
Objection!
But none of those would stand up on their own.
Objection!
Then what about all the evidence?
Objection!
It's all circumstantial. No judge would convict me on such flimsy evidence. It seems to be trembling a little. One more little push. All I have to do is find the flaw in his testimony. So, figure out the statement? Actually, we confirmed that she is the one that opened the door. There's one piece of evidence that will prove that he wasn't there. Well, there's, what, 365 days?
Objection!
In a year, so that's true. That was a lie. What are you talking about? How is that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left under your door. And did you not notice? And right here it says, "But you're out." You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you and what were you doing? Ah! Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room the very room that you had Miss Bird open for you. So let's see, in 2 years, you're already at 700 days. Close to 700 days. I would say roughly about. Maybe over 700 days in 2 years. So, yeah, I think that statement is correct.
Objection!
That's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. No way! This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you. No, this time the key is not going to help us. Yeah, this time the key is not going to help us. However, this might in fact help us. Because the door is locked, right? This is our crucial piece of evidence. The door is locked. Mr. Edgeworth's door is not, right? That makes sense.
Take that!
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? Huh? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Ah! Further, of all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off, I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portsmouth, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said, when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office. And just what's so funny, pal? Wow, that look of stiff seriousness on the face of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me, is simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Well, we did have a leap year. We had a leap day this year. So, yeah. Mr. Edgeworth just explained it all. And he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit to the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's all so circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob for prints? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped the knob down well. Eh? I'm a little obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the doorknob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's my own prints would be on there. You made that up just now, didn't you? Furthermore, as for the note Jim left me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office. Like early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. That's probably too preoccupied by work-related matters. Although, that's no excuse. Now that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size. Ah, but you can't prove that, can you? Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir. Fortune makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only realized that I had one just now until we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. Sportsman alibi. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m., correct? And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I went down in criminal affairs. Ask around. I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's the perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask all you like. Ask around all you like. You'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe? Sir, yes, sir. I'll go check about his alibi. Sir, be right back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir? I think we're in trouble. Just like Mr. Portman said. Guys down in criminal affairs said they saw him at around 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. This incident happened before 2 a.m. See? All the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere.
Hold it!
You're correct. It was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Ooh, giving testimony like a pro, okay. So you came back to your office at 2. It is as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face? Was it me, or me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't exactly see.
Objection!
Oh, come on. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder. Why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit. So, you paid the Criminal Affairs Department a visit. Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight for the precinct. Well, we did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, sir. A number of the detectives said that they saw you at around that time. See? I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I have up my sleeve. Arg! Impossible! He actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden sullen look on your face? Did you say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of this line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there! You there! Sir? Please escort the young lady out. But remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe! Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn this situation around. If I only had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? The intruder I met could not have been Portsman. Then who could it have been? I need to calmly think this through one more time, and with logic. Okay. There's two of them here that actually can work. File's not gonna work because we're distinguishing Portsman's alibi right now. So files in disarray isn't going to prove or disprove his alibi right now. So that means there were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to my office tonight. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of two different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it. And once again after the murder by our second culprit. Who was the owner of the second gun? If we suppose that the second culprit gun was the one that was pointed at my back.
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumptions regarding this case. Great, so you finally come to your senses. Mr. Edgeworth! Sir, what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? But sir, doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, the two culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, two? Explains both why my shelves were disarrayed twice and how there were two guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You still don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Grr. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelf. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back into the wrong order, right? Correct. And then just when he was about to look somewhere else, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come into your room, Eric? He probably had business with Mr. Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed sounds coming from my office. Would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? And he must have thought it was odd, so he came into the office to check it out. Correct. As a detective, that was the right thing to do. When he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman's Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith for catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, the one that landed in my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had also left the fake dying message behind. You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know that? Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor to my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another visitor, sir? Yes, and that other person's objective was to steal something from me. Now then, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door to my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through my shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems that the thief found their prize. The stolen zero file right here, sir. Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the files, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with his own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during the brief encounter. So the show's getting messed up twice in the two bullets. It was all because two different people were doing those things at two different times. Precisely. Now you see, Mr. Portsman, the person I met was just a thief and was not, in fact, Mr. Fate Skillet. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant. Because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
Objection!
What's so funny, pal? Absolutely splendid. Your scenario explains everything. Of course it does. It's Mr. Edgeworth after all. But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. But there is still one defining point of your argument for which you have no evidence. Your supposition that I was the first visitor. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir. But he has a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir. Oh, I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie. I'll do something if I must. You know something? I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. The person you met really was just a plain old thief? Then why is that person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. Alright. This is going to be the last testimony. Horseman's Alibi Part 2. That thief you ran into should be your real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but as I've already said, I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here after I left. So, you think we should be out there looking for the thief? Of course. Now isn't the time to be wasting time on dead-end discussions. I don't think it's at all dead-end. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You ready for this, Di? It's like Edgeworth is ready for this one. Sportsman ready for this? I don't think he is. I know he's lying. I know that he was there at the scene of the crime. Maybe. But remember, OJ was proven innocent because the glove did not fit his hand. That was the reason why he was proven innocent. The glove did not fit his hand. I just have to find a way to prove it. Do you? Do you have any evidence to prove that he did it? Because today, there isn't really that much evidence to prove that he actually did it. You okay, Emulator? Actually, no, I wouldn't. Well, why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Faith's killer very clearly left those letters on the spine of those files. And it was after they were on there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the 0 files, right? And that's how we also know that the letters themselves were set up and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Ah! Maybe the killer just didn't think of that earlier. Yes, that must be it. Maybe, just maybe. Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. Maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh? You talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. Ah, it's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all. But according to Mr. Faith's note... Hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left the note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say, just before he was murdered, I don't have any no. You see, so I insist again that I was in my office the entire time. Why didn't you go there with Mr. Faith? Oh, that's because he said that he was tired and was going to take a quick nap. Loud House Raid! Welcome Raiders! Welcome Raiders! Welcome Raiders! Hello Raiders! I see Loud House. I see nobody else. Di, do you know how to get links? Click the three dots by the comment, go to Go Channel, then you can copy the link of their channel at the top and paste it in the chat. How did that go? You know those sofas in the hallway? He likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what are the evidence he brought? They were things related to yesterday's case. Just 2 items. A gun and a pendant. Interesting. This piece of testimony seems too critical to let slip through the cracks. He brought 2 items. A gun and a pendant that are related to yesterday's case.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant? Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why are you taking them to criminal affairs? There was something in a past case file I wanted to compare these two to. But all this had nothing to do with this case right now. Anyways, I believe you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction. This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out. I can't expect you to know, can I? Nope, but I guess you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deduction. Oh, then let's see your deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then stole the master key. For the first person sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed and the murder occurred. It's all exactly as I had laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Alright. Which statement, Di? This is the new statement. Okay, so now which evidence? Okay, so you brought me two items, a gun and a pendant, that are related to yesterday's case. Well, this cannot be the gun that he's talking about, okay? Because this was on the victim himself. And this is the murder weapon. So the gun that he's referring to is related to a different gun. So the next page is only a basketball hoop, which isn't going to help us in this situation. Well, this book has nothing to do with what he's talking about. This book here is a file, okay? That was in Edgeworth's office.
Objection!
Only two pieces? I believe the proper phrase here is, you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything from you. Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. It says that Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portsman. I can't believe it! To get tripped up by a simple arithmetic. Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe. You don't have to say it, sir. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is all part of the investigation, pal, so don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. But why would he hide something like this? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine this videotape in a little more detail. For the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into his coffin. Oh, that's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe this is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood stain is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No, you've got it all wrong. No amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. You told us that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way onto this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his personage when you killed him? You know very well there's no way to prove that. Not even if we were to examine this tape for fingerprints? If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderer, you and Mr. Faith. No, impossible! Ken Darkness, so too, over on Twitch. We can't read that. But welcome to the stream anyways. March 14th, 5:47 a.m. Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Portsman has been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results we got back from the lab techs on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. The blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were also able to lift a few of the Mr. Faith prints as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm just sorry you got caught up into a murder in my office. Please, accept my apologies. Oh, it was nothing really, compared to what I've been through. I mean, I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and a murder this time, sir. If it had been a holdup or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think I'm finally raised up from the goddess of misfortune to an unlucky person. I would definitely think a murder would be worse than what she was talking about, though. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know something, sir? That Mr. Portman really was one a corrupt prosecutor. Why would you say that? Why would you say he was corrupt? Oh, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court case. There's even rumors about how some of the evidence he used is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided to not prosecute a few cases for some really vague reason. Ooh, that guy was a complete disgrace to the entire profession. I never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near the topic, he just clammed up. Although, we can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. It's just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor that some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh? Well. But Mr. Portsmouth's not willing to divulge anything and certainly leads credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Oh, then Mr. Portsmouth isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance to this piece of evidence. Let me see. This.
Take that!
The person who stole this file, the other victim of that night. Yeah, I wonder who he is. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder, who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Yes? I came across this while I was prosecuting your office, or processing your office earlier, sir. Card. What is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on there? Not just any bird. It is the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you should know what this is, detective. Oh, is that... It's about that thing, isn't it? The great thief everyone's talking about. Yes, it is. The mark of the great thief, Yatagarasu. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end, a modern Robin Hood. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about the thief's ultimate goal, we do know the target. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealing of all sorts. The thief is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once the target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found sent out to the mass media. Along with this single card, although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu's last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. It's the location of where the thief put the stolen files. Okay, now that I'm looking at this card, I'm thinking when they do the remake, the back of this card is not going to have Japanese lettering onto it like it does this. I can understand why they did it in this one, because on a DS, who's going to be able to read those words? But now that they're going to put it onto the Switch, they're going to have to make it legible. And Edgeworth does eventually read what's on the back of this. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yadagarasu organization. Quite a few key words are popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief, Yadagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incident that began to occur 2 days ago. Okay, and that's going to be the next episode. All right. So if I go back, this should actually give us our wallpaper for the last one, and it does. Now you see it kind of odd, but this actually does show all of Miles Edgeworth's torso. It's just a little weird because of how it's set up. But if you were looking at it on the DS, it would be completely vertical up and down, with the exception of they accounted for the gap between the two screens. They accounted for it. So, and this is going to be the same thing. Can you guess who's in this one? You'll find out when you see this person. So, what did you think of the first Miles Edgeworth investigation game? You liked it? Would you say you liked it better than the trilogy, or does the trilogy still intrigue you more? You're still not sure. You still want to see every game, don't you? Now, like I said, I don't really consider the investigation games to be spin-offs, even though Capcom does. They are direct sequels to Trials and Tribulations, Investigations, and Prosecutor's Gambit. They are technically sequels of one another. We get a big gap between Prosecutor's Gambit and Apollo Justice. So there's a big gap between those two. That's why I'm doing them in order, because I've never really considered the investigation games to be spin-offs, because they do follow the timeline. They end off Trials and Tribulations. And this takes about a month or two after Trials and Tribulation, because Trials and Tribulation ended in January, I believe. And though this is not this was not the first episode in this game. The next one we are going to is actually the first episode on the timeline. So it's one of those games where they did them out of order, just like Justice for All was done out of order. Except for, actually, it was the first two cases that were flipped. Well, this game, the first case, kind of like the fourth case in this game. So, and there are five episodes in this one. And 5, you thought Rise from the Ashes was long? Episode 5 is pretty long. But episode 5 is it doesn't drag out like Rise from the Ashes did. You got to actually get more involved with this. You felt like you were more involved instead of just being like involved with the courtroom, right? You felt like you were more involved in this one. What is one of the features that you liked in this game? There was no doubt that I was going to beat the first case. You should congratulate Dai for getting through the first case. You like the logic stuff? Is it better than the Cyclops? You like them both. The logic does get progressively harder the more you go through this game. So that's the new thing that's in this game, other than the fact that you get to control. And while I'm still going to use the stylus for this entire game, a controller is easier to control Miles Edgeworth on there. When I played it on the DS, I actually used buttons for the whole game. And to use a stylus for this game changed the game completely. Okay. So, well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce and let you listen to the tracks that I have on here. You probably already heard them. You've heard this one. This one you have not heard. Okay. So these are the new tracks that's going to be on the stream until a new prosecutor's gambit. Should be Crisis of Fate. So, we'll do episode 2 next week. Phoenix, did you set up your stream, or do you still need help with that? Well, we're going to test your stream because we have to test it. I'm not saying that you have to stream, but we have to at least test it. I want to try to do it tonight because we got more work tomorrow. You'll be fine. I literally streamed with an upset stomach. I've streamed with COVID, Phoenix. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I literally streamed with COVID, so you'll be fine. It's just butterfly. Alrighty then, let's find a raid target. We are going to be raiding Gameplay Boy. If you have YouTube, you can come join us on the raid. We're gonna go to Chadley. There's his link. And you guys all have a good night.